Keep running faster and faster. I don't know what we're after, yeah. We keep up with disaster.
It is fucking boiling. It is so hot. So hot. It has literally been heat wave all week. Hello, and welcome back to another stream with your favorite streamer of all time. Hi guys. It is me, your favorite streamer of all time, back from my tiny holiday. Yay! And it was insane as well. Like, it was really hot. So hot. So much sun. I thankfully did not get burnt this time, which is great. I did the appropriate cover up and all that, but I am just, my freckles are going nuts. I have so many freckles now. It's crazy. So crazy. And my hay fever as well is so bad. I have like all of my hay fever tablets nearby because I actually popped one just before because my eyes are starting to go a bit. I have the window open. If you hear any weird banging, it's probably coming from the alleyway at the back of this house because I have the window open for once because it's so fucking hot. I need air circulating in here. But it doesn't help with my hay fever half the time, so whatever. There's ups and downs to all of it. Anyway, because it's so hot and because we've been experiencing crashes for Horizon, so I did have a look a little bit more at the Horizon. Something is causing it to crash. I still don't know what it is. I do need to do a little more testing on it, and I do need to do an actual proper research to see if anyone else has faced the same issue as me before I start doing it again, to be honest. So that's currently on the back burner right now. So instead I decided, why not take advantage of the fact that it is so fucking hot, give myself a little bit of a refresh with a game that I've been currently enjoying because it's just so chill. Power Wash Simulator. Let's do that. So I decided maybe it'll help me cool down a little bit. We're gonna do some Power Wash Simulator, chill out for a couple of hours, just have a nice chill Sunday. Maybe chat, mostly chill. It's cool. It's kind of relaxing, weirdly, you know? Like, really fucking relaxing. It's a bit strange. Either way, water. Key point here being water. So, I've already got it pretty much set up in the background here, so we're just gonna literally dive right in and get started on doing a couple of the jobs, maybe do a couple of the bonus jobs as well, and just progress. I'm sure people will have their own opinions on how to clean certain levels and aspects in Power Wash Simulator, but it sucks to be you because it's me that's doing the game now. Anyway, let's go. Also, hi username. Fun fact that I was thinking about recently for your username. Do you remember when you messaged in the Discord about Irish Sign Language being gendered, right? So one thing I forgot to also mention, And this is a really interesting statistics about gendered schools. So we do still have gendered schools here. It's not like it's a thing. It's not like it's a very, what's the word? It's not rare, but it's not like the most common thing. You mostly get integrated schools now, mixed schools rather than gender. But we still have gendered schools. Like we still have boys' schools and girls' schools. My mum was considering sending me to a girls' school and sending my brothers to a boys' school at one point. As well, but we ended up in a mixed school. But the interesting fact that I have, this is so interesting. Did you know that women academically perform better in all girls schools, and men academically perform better in mixed schools? Interesting statistic, isn't it? I've sort of theorized it's purely because in all girls schools, women are just competing with each other, and women see other women as higher competition than men, typically. So we're more likely to hit that competition in where we're just surrounded by all the women, whereas, you know, it's not impressive to be a fucking nerd in front of a man, apparently. And additionally, for mixed schools, my theory is that men are just trying to impress girls because, you know, intelligence is attractive. Something like that. I don't know. That's my theory, but the age groups, I mean, could be. The teenage years are definitely very formative years in terms of societal settings and situations. Like, it forms how we develop socially and stuff as well. So it could be. I'm very grateful that I was never sent to an all-girls school. I'm very grateful. I was bullied for a lot of my life anyway, and I have the very firm belief, like, I have friends who went to all-girls schools, and the stories that they tell me are insane. And I'm a firm believer that had I been to an all-girls school, I probably would have, I probably would have cried more than I did. Girls are scary, okay? But anyway, that's that fun fact. It is really interesting statistics, but forget about statistics. I just want to get water on me. Virtually. Let's go. My turn to make him cry. Yeah. Cause I'm a boss-ass bitch. Alright, I'm changing the screen here. Always virtually. I'm a tiny woman. I'm not sure I can do it physically.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Thank you. I have some of this. I actually filled this up just before stream, by the way, and it's already less than half empty. So I do also have an entire bottle. Cause fucking hell, it's so hot. This is true. The element of surprise is very useful. Very useful. And to be fair, I walk like a ninja. I'm very quiet on my feet, which is hilarious. And I don't mean to be at all. I just am. So I do end up scaring, like, people a lot of the time, which is hilarious. Right. Okay, so we're in the circus again. I say again, I've already cleaned the... So, I already cleaned this dude. This one, which was a bitch. It's getting dirty already. Dude, I just cleaned you. I already cleaned that as well. And... my god, why can't you keep shit clean? Right, I just want to find the gnome now. Whee! Oh, is that the Jenny? Okay, so that's the Jenny. Oh my god. What have people been walking in? That's so fucking disgusting. Disgusting. Ugh. I love how like the rest of the place is really clean, except for this. Like, the fuck? What kind of establishment are you running? Where it's just literal dirt. Alright, get you clean. I should probably do it back here. While I'm here. Oh, this is gonna be so satisfying. I got this in the Steam sale not too long ago. And it's just so relaxing. I've literally been playing this for pretty much almost every day since I got it. Almost every day since I got it. That's how relaxing I've been finding it. It's great. I've literally paid my whole way up to getting the best shit. So I have like the proper best shit ever. But I also have like, where is it? A whole bunch of other shit. I worked my ass off. It's like you're getting all the satisfaction of cleaning shit without getting wet. You know? Because I remember I cleaned my car, for example, like a good couple of months ago. Of course, power washed it and everything. It was fucking beautiful, spanking shiny. Loved it. Gorgeous. She was stunning. It did rain the day after I cleaned her, and that was the most frustrating thing on the planet. But you know, I live in Ireland, so I guess it's to be expected. And then, but I do every single time though that I wash her, I do just get absolutely fucking drenched. My legs just drenched. And to be fair, that was also another heat wave that we had that I cleaned her during as well. She was so shiny, and I do need to wash her again. I've been driving a lot recently, so she is no longer clean, and I really do need to clean her. Not necessarily looking forward to it, because I don't exactly want to get soaking wet, and I got a lot of shit to do for the next couple of weeks. Like, a lot of shit to do. I know, who knew? And it was like, this was, by the way, a whole, like, good two weeks of heat as well. Not as long as the heat wave, or as high as the heat wave that we have right now. But, oh my god. It would be a great stream idea. This is true. This is very true. I have no doubt there are certain people who would love to see me wash a car. I can see the appeal in it, for sure. I also get my music blasting as well. I'd probably get flagged for the copyright stuff, unless I just put my headphones on. Then I can just listen to the music and y'all can just, I don't know, stand there and look pretty. Yes? But it would be fun. I wouldn't be able to do where I am right now because we do not have a driveway for that. We do not have a driveway. It is just a road. Are you? I considered doing it as like a YouTube video, like recording it and then just doing it. Oh my god, the handprint in the wash me. That's so funny. Sorry, baby. Your hard work is gone. I have some great ideas. I can't wait to implement. It's so fun, honestly. I wish I got it sooner. But I was waiting for it to be on a really nice deal before I got it. I'd seen so many videos of it. Like, I literally, for about a period of about 2 weeks, I would listen to Markiplier play this and fall asleep to Markiplier playing this. It was just so satisfying. So nice. And I kind of see the appeal of some simulators, because obviously I do love, for example, walking simulators. Horror walking simulators. Hilariously. When they work. Big training. Exactly. And I finally got this in the sale and started playing it like immediately, and I've just been hooked ever since. It's just so satisfying. I don't know why I had to say it in such a way, but it just is so satisfying. Alright, we've got all the barriers done. Pole done. Other pole done. I'll probably actually get the Jenny next. I always had like a very specific routine to cleaning shit in this game. It's kind of like outside in, or like left right. There was always a plan. I did a fountain not too long ago, and I love whenever you finish them and then it gives you like a sped up video of you doing it, and I just see like me cleaning it in like this circular pattern every single time. Like, it's so fun to watch. The hour that it takes me to do it. So nice. Ew, so dirty. How could you let... I mean, I would never also put water on an active electric thing. That's just a recipe for, you know, cooking yourself permanently through 9 lives. We do not condone this dumb shit. Think shit through. At least it's virtual. I like to think no one is dumb enough to dunk something actively electrical into water. Funny thing is, if certain electronics are like properly dried, apparently it's fine. As long as they dry properly, and I'm like, nice. Oh, I hate that so much. People also smoke, and this is something that I see a lot here. Or not here, but like when I've visited, for example, for like hospital appointments and stuff. But when I go to the hospital and I see some lady who's hooked to a fucking oxygen tank and she's fucking smoking a fag. It's like, do you want to endanger not just yourself but the people around you? Do you know? I don't think some people realize how dangerous smoking, like any sort of fire or like lighter or anything, is so dangerous around oxygen tanks and fuel pumps. Like, bitch, if something goes wrong, boom, a fag, a ciggy. We call cigarettes fags. Fags or fags here. But yeah, the Darwin Award is not. It's dumb. It's dumb. Oh wait, where's my? I don't want that, but sure. Wasn't the one I wanted, but sure, why not? Oh, so gross. Honestly, sometimes the trash can take themselves out. Just not, as long as they don't take other people out. I'm okay with that. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna say fig. I think it's an 18 plus because it's not what that is. I'm not mean, I swear. I'm just incredibly fucking Northern Irish. So Northern Irish that I keep forgetting there's a second meaning to that. Whee! And this is what I also do. I just climb shit. Because to be fair, I would totally do that. There we go. Right? I mean, it's all about customer satisfaction at this point, right? Not sure how satisfied they'll be. That's not necessarily my job. My job is apparently making this so clean that you can fucking lick it. And apparently potentially electrocute people by soaking a Jenny in water. Go figure. Alright, baby. Ugh. Hey, school! Oh, damn, I didn't even notice that. There we go. Oh wait, no, the sign's done. Amazing. Alright, steps next. Steps, then the outside. That's how I do it. Then the actual wheel itself is gonna be really annoying. Like, really annoying. take in the power washing ambiance. I do have a wider nozzle. I just can never be arsed with it. Okay, that post is done. Dirt. Dirt, glorious dirt. Ah, that's fine. There we go. Here we go. I'm assuming if I get the other side of the stairs, then I get the stairs. Come on, baby. Get clean for me, please. It's not like everyone's gonna see right into the corner, though. Beautiful. Actually, let's change it to the bigger one. Be a bit quicker, I think. Dirty, dirty dirt. Oh, dirty. Ugh. Is this not just so satisfying? Watching me clean shit. Move, Jenny! Whee. Happy? I'm happy. Up, babes. So sweet. I'm slightly too warm for life right now, but I am very content. Oh. Water. Okay. I love that there's like random messages that come through as well, telling me about little random things that I apparently want to know. You're gonna float away into the cosmos when you hear this in a second. Am I though? Am I really? Don't tell me you're gonna be giving me like a space truck to clean. That would actually be kind of fun. Can we? Honestly, I've never tried. I just ignore them. I'm assuming. I'm not actually. I'm gonna increase that. That's what I wanted to do last time. I don't think so. So we're gonna get random texts. To be fair though, we got some interesting ones when we were cleaning a house and it was telling us about the house, and then I was like, oh wait, hang on, is this the thief's house? And the house I was cleaning was like very famous thieves who stole like a shit ton of money. It's very random. Very random. Alright, I think I've done as much of them what I can do. I'm gonna have to get the ladder. Or probably not the ladder, but whatever you call it, the stair thingy. For those. So much dirt. Only thing is, I have so much cleaning to do this week as well. And I'm playing a cleaning game. Oh, the irony. Not necessarily irony, but like... I'm really sick of cleaning, not too. Like, so sick of cleaning after this week. Alright. Let me just be freaky angle ninja. Freaky deaky angles. Boop, boop. There we go. Now the dirt that's hidden underneath. I mean, no one's ever gonna see this dirt unless they're like a 2-foot child, and even then, a child's not really gonna give a shit. You know? There we go. Clean. Clean. Here we go. get a lizard. Cute. Catching up with laundry, you find the slacks. Honestly, laundry almost always piles up. It's so frustrating, doesn't it? Like, isn't it? Like, it can just be like so. Just surprises you after a while. Usually, I think if you get into a routine sometimes with it, it's fine. But like, oh my god. When you're scrambling for like friggin' pairs of socks and underwear just because you've forgotten to do the friggin' laundry that week or the last 2 weeks, and you realize, oh shit, I need clothes. I need clothes to wear. Where be my clothes? Yeah, I'm sometimes dumb. Where is it? Oh, it's at the very top. Okay. I have so much. I have to actually start shifting some stuff, and I have to rewash like a lot of my stuff. I have to go through my clothes to chuck things out because I don't wear them anymore. And in the process, I can also like get some of my stuff like washed, things that I haven't worn in a while that need to be cleaned regardless because they've been sitting for a bit too long. Surprise, surprise, clothes need to be worn. And then they get musty if you don't wear them often enough. Nice. Got it. So dirty. I think what's so funny is like whenever you're cleaning all this stuff and then you just see the color that pops through when you finally get rid of the dirt. So true to life whenever shit's so fucking gross. Does remind me I need to get some friggin' laundry softener, like fabric softener stuff. Whew. I prefer air drying, yes. Tumble dryers here are actually considered luxurious and are quite expensive to run as well. Like washing machines are pricey, but tumble dryers are known to be quite pricey. There's a good handful of my clothes that actually can't be put on in a tumble dryer, so, and I don't have a tumble dryer, so I just put mine on the line and let them dry naturally. The downside is my denim and my towels do get a little bit rough because I don't use fabric softener because I'm a broke ass bitch. So I will buy the things to keep my clothes clean, but soft, I can deal with it not being soft. For money.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
Thanks, Mark. And actually, particularly with like the weather we have right now, it's perfect for like air drying your clothes. However, as long as the pollen count is not high. Because if the pollen count is high, it sticks to the clothes that you're drying, and it's not very good for those of us who have hay fever, because then it just sets off allergies and sticks around and stuff. Did you know? And what were you thinking when I was talking about being clean and soft? +18. Thoughts? gonna lie, it came out of my mouth before I realized it. Like one of those situations, my brain kind of worked a little bit faster, or sorry, my mouth kind of worked a little bit faster than my brain did for a minute. Oh well, shit happens. But thank you for reminding me that I have a shit ton of laundry to do, username, because I actually do. I have so much. I have a bunch of sheets that also need to get washed as well. Oh, so much to do. So much to do. It's a problem. So I have 2 things in my tower and everything. Oh man, I know that feeling. My alt room also needs a serious clean. To be fair, I absolutely am planning for this week, so I'll tell you about my plans a little bit later. But I do have to like clean all of this week completely, so it's gonna be fun having an actual clean room for once in my life. Well, not for once in my life, for a change. I'm gonna make this room super clean. I will be hard though with the carpets though. I hate carpets. I hate carpet. Genuinely, I hate carpets. Carpets are just so annoying to clean because they don't actually stay clean. No matter how many times you hoover them or you wash them or whatnot, they don't actually stay clean. It's so frustrating. Particularly if you have like pets and stuff, there's always going to be like hair stuck in the fibers. And unless you actively brush the fibers, you're not going to get that hair out. Insane. Absolutely not. It's not like a removable rug. It's like the ones that's like affixed to the floor, so you can't even take it off. To do it myself. I literally cut my car. Don't think my landlord would like that. Don't think my landlord would be too keen on that one now. If it was my choice, the carpets would have been gone. And I would have exposed the wooden flooring and done up the wood. That would have been my taste. Wooden floor. And then a nice wee rug on top. That's the way I do it, because you can remove rugs and clean rugs, but you can't do the same for carpets. But again, my landlord's choice. That's okay. At least I won't lose shit down a friggin' between slats. Which happened a lot in, like, my childhood home. There was wooden flooring in some of the parts in my childhood home, and sometimes if you drop, like, pennies and shit, it's gone forever. You're never putting your hand in those slats because it's full of fucking dust bunnies and disgusting dirt. You lose something between the floorboards, No, he didn't. It never existed in the first place. It's gone forever now. So the way the wooden flooring is, so it's kind of like a hatch pattern. So it is. So and then the slats are placed side by side on top of it. So when you take the slats off, it's like this empty box-like thing in the floor. Don't really know how to describe it. Definitely not eggs underneath. It's the way like floors, particularly like floors here and stuff, are built. It's not like flat. And no, I'm not. It's not like it's flat, like completely flat, where, you know, you have the concrete and then you have like slats on top of the concrete. It's not like that. It's like there's space. But it's because of insulation. So in some places, those sort of box areas are full of insulating fibers, and that's to keep heat in. But not every house has that, and my childhood home was a bit of an old house, so it didn't have the fibers in the floor necessarily. It was just really fucking dusty. Do I have to laugh, Mark? Do I really have to? Is it something I have to do? Will it make you feel better about yourself? Is my next question. Nice. Okay, let's go up. Ugh. Clean the floor, bitch! Just get a little fucking mop out every now and then. Nope, not looking good for the music. Brie Strobe? What a name. What a name. Not sure. Oh, the rave generators are goners, so sorry, man. Oh no. As long as it wasn't the rock generator, I guess I'm okay with that. My favorite ever film? Fog. That's a question. Probably The Mummy. Probably The Mummy. It's a movie that I've always gone back to time and time again. You know, every single time. I never get sick of it. Ever. How can I? Got some beautiful men in that movie. Oded Fehr, Brendan Fraser, what's his name? Arnu? Love him. And of course Rachel Weisz. Beautiful woman. And a Noxunamun. Noxunamun! Noxunamun! Nine! It is so sad that I just know a lot of things. Didn't pass by. Co-worker did, resisted the desire to the manager that it was the most useful thing. Also, well done for donating blood. I actually did get a couple text messages that I should. I have the universal blood. I'm a universal blood donor, so my blood goes to help everyone. What I find so interesting is, like, you know, that's that. But, like, if I have to go get blood transfused into me, I can only ever get blood from someone with the exact same blood type as me. My blood can go to all groups, but I can't take all groups. Blood is so weird. One time that he can get my blood for a test. After the 4th time, is it good? She was like, no, that's really bad. And I was like, really lightheaded. Oh, man. Sounds like she was not finding a vein at all. Some people are just really shit at taking blood, to be honest. I mean, like, really shit. And some people are fabulous. I am also someone, so the nurses don't like it. They don't like... Mummy is a very interesting choice. But the nurses don't always like it when I go in, so because of my height to weight ratio, technically they take slightly more blood out of me than the average person. It's just the way it works out. And, every time I go and donate blood, I have to stay like an extra 20 minutes to make sure that I don't pass out. And then I do not exercise for like the next week or two because it does affect me. And it was something I found out when I donated blood in university. And actually, they hated taking my blood when I was younger because of my height to weight ratio. They refused me one time because I was too underweight for it. Which is, hilarious considering I was a very good weight, very healthy weight, but it's that height to weight ratio that they look at. And because of my short height and lightish weight, relatively lighter weight, they're not always keen. And they always make me stay because of the history of nearly passing out. Because they take too much blood. But I know, it's a very good thing, isn't it? I mean, it's not like I talk about it all the time, Some people are just actually terrible. I've had my blood taken so much, so I know what it's like. I will say, I find a lot of the times the ones that do blood transfusion are really smooth with it. Like, I feel like they kind of know roughly what they're doing, more than those who actually take bloods. But what I found so interesting was, so you can get like a blowout, a vein blowout, sometimes if they stick you wrong, right? And you can feel it. It's fucking sore. And I've never really had a vein blowout ever until I went to South Korea. And I had to get bloods taken for part of the health check whenever I went over. I had such a bad vein blowout. It was like I had this entire part of my inner elbow was bright red and purple. Like, I woke up the next day and the whole area around my inner elbow was just really tender. Like, this isn't the arm that I use. This is the arm that I use for bloods because I have really bad veins. Like, you can't see my vein on this one, but I have only one here, and it takes a minute to like bring it up. But either way, that's my only accessible vein, and I had a massive blowout whenever I got it taken in South Korea, and I was so sore. It took like a week. It took like 2 weeks to heal. It was ridiculous. But that was the worst sort of blowout I've ever had. Pretty much everyone else that I've ever had like bloods and stuff taken from were pretty solid. 10 out of 10 service and all that bullshit. Didn't donate again for a year. I haven't, like, this is probably bad of me. I have not donated in a while. I haven't. And that's one of the reasons is because the transfusion, I applied for a job and got offered said job, by the way, with the transfusion service here in my country. And I was originally waitlisted and then eventually got offered. It was the worst interview I'd ever done in my life for it. Like, it was the worst, most condescending interview I've ever done. And it was so bad. They actually broke a couple of the quality laws as well for my interview. And I think they probably eventually realised or whatever. They offered me the job. But the checks were delayed for so long. Like, this job was a temporary job for like 6 months. The employment checks beforehand were delayed so much that by the time they were ready to put me into the job, there was only a month left on the contract. And when I originally got offered the role, and I went in for the checks and I met one of the girls that I was going to be working with, they had said to me, we need you in like within the next 2 weeks because they have so much backlog. And that was another reason for the role, was to help with the backlog that they had, that they needed me in for the next 2 weeks. 5 months. It took 5 months. And they lost my paperwork twice. Yeah, I wrote a very, very scathing email when they finally were just like, okay, we're ready to get you to start. And I was just like, you do realize there's only 1 month left on the contract? Now, okay, so is there plans to extend the said contract if that's the case? Because I was ready months ago to go into the role. And then they came back, they had like an emergency meeting, and then they came back with, yeah, no, we don't have any plans on extending the role at this time. And then I was like, okay, well then, that's a load of bullshit. This is the most sincerest form of unprofessionalism I've ever experienced, ever. And I've been working since I was 18. Not just from the whole process, but how they were handling it as well. It was actually ridiculous, and I absolutely should have made a complaint to the service, which honestly, the organisation that the service fund falls under, they wouldn't have fucking done anything. They're actually fucking trash. They're actually trash. So one of the reasons I've not given blood for years is because I'm actively avoiding that entire building. Just because of that. But also, I've been getting like new piercings or new tattoos. You know, I was intending to give blood earlier this year, and then I got my new tattoo, and they want you to wait like 3 months after a new piercing or a new tattoo or something before you can finally donate again. So yeah, it was wild. I have such wild experiences, honestly. Such wild experiences. That was so it's the most unprofessional I've ever experienced in my life. And as a disabled person, I've had a lot of experiences. A lot of interesting experiences. Get you clean? Aren't you stunning? Look at you, baby. Oh, beautiful. I really need to finish the fence, though. This is me getting distracted. Yeah. Do it! You mean stepping all over you? Is that your thing, buddy? To just want a girl to step on you? A small girl to step on you? No judgment whatsoever. It can be very fun. I have occasionally stepped on men as stools to get food in the cupboards. What? But I will love to read the unprofessional story. I have such... You know when you worked for so long, you've worked so many different types of jobs, you've had so many different kinds of interviews, you just collect stories. I have so many stories. I've had some people like be really surprised whenever sometimes I talk about some of the things I've experienced, and they're just like, wow, you've really, like, you have a lot of like life experience. I'm like, yeah. 30 odd years old, and I've lived a lot. Like, I need a break. It's insane. But at the same time, it's nice because, like, I know what to expect, and I know what to how to handle shit if it weren't for those life experiences, you know? It actually helps inform me as an actor. I know, like, some, for example, like, drama schools and stuff, they quite like it when older people apply, because we have life experience to draw on for things. And, yeah. Babe, I got a lot. One thing I've not experienced is being rich. That's something I've not experienced. Rich with experience, but not rich with money. I'm okay with that. So it just sounds like, you know, more money, more problems. All that stuff. Oh. Right, let's clean this deck. I would not mind it. Like, if I was not sitting inside a house, I was outside with a power washer in this weather, I would 100% just soak myself. I don't give a shit what kind of clips would be generated from it, but it's that fucking hot. God damn. Lane! Post is Lane. Francis Lane. I think the entire post is Lane, yep. Amazing. Yay! Another clean post. I really want a lollipop. I really should have bought some lollipops. I was in the groceries shopping today, and I was an idiot. I decided not to buy any lollipops. I absolutely should have done it. Should have bought myself some lollipops. Lollipop, lollipop, oh lolly, 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 lollipop, lollipop, lolly, 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 lollipop. Yep. That's right, I gotta do these arms. Lateness, bitch! So nice. So nice. Refreshing. Wait, buddy. I will see you soon. Hopefully see you in the next one. Thank you for popping in and saying hi and chilling with Power Washer with me. Sleep well. So nice. No worries. I might be able to do some earlier streams soon, so we'll see. We'll see. Maybe you'll be a degenerate at 3 a.m. your time instead of 5 a.m. Go sleepies. Bye. Disco Elysium stream. You request that, maybe I'll make it happen. Well, who knows? Who knows at this point? Clean this bitch out. So clean. Okay. Ugh. Things are so hard to clean. See, just dirt gets in the most awkward of places, doesn't it? It's like sand. There we go, now I've got the pod. Yeah, you can ride the Ferris wheel, it is possible. We're gonna have to at some point so we can actually go up and clean up top. It's gonna be annoying, but we're gonna have to do it. Alright, should be it. Alright, next pod. Do this X number of times until all the pods are cleaned. Then we'll go up. Such a disgusting Ferris wheel. Who treats there? Also, how in fuck's name are they getting up there? That's my next question. Clean, clean, bitch, clean. I've just realized I've just seen Mark sitting there. Cute. Be a Twitch simp. Simps are funny. I'm a simp sometimes, so you know. We're all in this together. Once we know what we are, we're all simps. And we see that. Okay, that's been made. Nice. Nice. Pod cleaned! Oh yeah, I simp hard for Daddy Ganon. Daddy Ganon. He's my man. Oh, there's still a little bit left for that. Damn it. We had some right there. That's where. Right there. There we go. Got it. I have to change the nozzle for these. Just to get it nice and clean. I should really get like a t-shirt that just has Daddy Ganon on it for myself. I think that would be fantabulous, you know? That would just be stunning. Oh, look at that. Look what I can clean from all the way down here. Actually, I can literally do it. See? I'm such a short horse. I have such a long stretch. Look at me, mommy. Look at my long arms. Yay. But no, I really should be using this to get the other bits and bobs that we need to get. Like, oh no. There's so much shit to clean. So much shit to clean. And it ain't easy. It ain't easy being small. Right, next one. Commissioner Barry Onyx. They've got such interesting names. Caldera City Transportation Network offers exciting pressure washer opportunity at its emerging facility. The Ferris wheel may have... Oh, this is Kevin from the Helter Skelter. But can it cycle through 12 customers a minute? No, obviously. Well, it holds multiple customers, more than 12 customers, so... Depends on what your definition is, I guess. Right? Alright, I really should change that to short. To the short arse extension. Look at that. Ooh. Oh, finally. The floor's finally been fucking gone. Gonna happen at some point. Oh. There's nothing in my brain. There's nothing in my brain. Yeah, yeah. Get nothing in my brain. Yeah, yeah. Ooh. Like water, water. Normally I don't have the water signs like this loud. I normally play this with like TV on in the background, so my TV noise is always louder than the game noise. I don't always have like the water signs loud enough for me to hear it, because I don't really care about it, to be honest. It's not bad. Relaxing, isn't it? Chill Sunday vibes and all that. Yeah. Got it. I just need to get this frame cleaned. There we go. Okay, I was not expecting to land on top of whatever it is I've landed on top of. That's hilarious. Nice. Go me. Let's go. Alright. Fun. There's so many. Oh. Let's go. Let's go. Seriously though, how in fuck's name did they like go through an entire mud pill or something? Cause that's the only way y'all could have gotten this fucking dirty. Interesting. Okay. There we go. Finally cleaned that. I should have done the other ones. Okay, and then we're actually gonna put on this. Just in case. Maybe the other side I'll not be able to get to the support pole. I'll be able to have to make its way around again, it seems. Alright. Whee. There we go. Water. So much water. There's a lot of red on that one. Stunning. Okay, and then ooh. Come on. Whoops. Got it. Cool. Next spot. Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably use that to get the spokes properly. Me too. Oh, I've got 2 pots left. Yay! And we just have to clean the big main body of it, so probably need to use that to help me get on either side. Cracking view of the volcano? They have a volcano? That's kind of hilarious and worrying. That's what the smoke is. Okay. Not what I expected whatsoever, but sure. Did I ever? Yes, I did. I don't particularly like Tom Cruise as an actor. I really don't. He just plays himself, and I've read, I read a lot about the script that it originally was is completely different to what the movie turned out to be, because obviously Cruise came on, he was the producer of it, and he continued just making so many changes to it that it basically became you know, a Cruise movie. I don't consider it part of the franchise whatsoever. Because one, it is not part of the franchise, and also what they tried to do with that movie as well. They tried to launch, I think, a whole bunch of, like, a series of movies from it, and it was just so unsuccessful. It was so terribly done. It was ridiculous. I do think because they made so many changes to it, and it was, you could feel it. Like, you could feel it. It's ridiculous. For all we know, it could have been better than what it turned out to be, but, like, we will never know. Unless we ever, you know, see the original script. So freaking sad. But I'm not a big fan of Cruise as an actor just because he doesn't really act anymore. He's just himself. And a lot of big, you know, rich, famous actors are like that nowadays, but it's just like, I refuse to watch Mission Impossible now because it's just like they're doing it for money at this point, and basically testing on how willing a stunt is Cruise wanting to do, you know, considering he does all of his own stunts, which I think is, you know, a little bit dumb. You know, good for you. Do that for authenticity, but also I'd rather a stunt person do it. Personally, I do what I can, but a stunt person is more qualified and can safely do it better than I can. I'd rather they do it, you know. You know, sure, when he was younger, I've seen a couple of young Cruise movies, and they were grand. It's all the more recent stuff. I don't watch anything with Cruise in it nowadays. If there's any like newer movies that he's in, I don't watch them. It's just, it'll annoy me too much because they're just basically trash. They're basically trash in my head. He's not an actor anymore. He's just himself. And if I disappear, we know Scientology has me. Oh no. Just not good. It's just not good. It'll be fine. I've heard many people talk ill about Tom Cruise and they've not disappeared, so, you know, sure, it's fine. They're 100% a cult. Very powerful one. Which is insane. Oh, yeah, no, I did, don't worry. I did. It's not really, thankfully, Scientology isn't really a thing here at all, which is nice. It's literally, like, you know, it's only ever talked about in the sense of, that's dumb, you know? It's all the other religions that are more prominent here. Actually, I don't even think we have like any Scientology buildings or anything here, which is great. Very strongly Christian. All kinds of Christian in this country. And then a really nice healthy mix of a whole bunch of other ones. One thing I love, though, and it's not just here, it was actually across the rest of the UK as well, Jedi is a recognized religion now, which is hilarious because it was a joke people did when they were taking the census of, like, you know, what's your religion, your faith, your background, and enough people put down Jedi that it is now a recognized group of people. It's so funny. And my dad was one of those people. And now I laugh every time I see, when I have to do, like, the census records, I laugh every time I see the option Jedi. Because it's just so funny. It's so dumb. So funny at the same time. Why are there handprints, like, down there? That's worrying. Hey, come on. There we go. Gotcha. People get on Ferris wheel day outside. I mean, that's the intention of them, is it not, username? It's the same with, like, the theater, right? The people have the intention of going to the theater to watch shows, not to, you know, go crazy in the bathrooms or, in a few cases, in the middle of the fucking rows. And yes, I can absolutely confirm, as someone who's worked in the theatre, that has happened. Literally. We even found a pair of knickers in the middle of stalls once. Actual knickers. And this was during pantomime season, so a kids show. People are fucking wild, I tell you. Fucking wild. So gross. Please do not dump your children on me. I will not look after them. They are not my responsibility. They are your responsibility. For realsies. They are. Your children. Look after them. Please, for the love of God. I do know there was a gay couple that were trying to hook up in the disabled toilets once, and a colleague of mine disturbed them. And we're just like, guys, can't do that here. They return to their seats. Ooh, yes, please. I will actually go look at that again. Give me a wee second. If I can get that pole, I will be happy. That's annoying. This is when I start getting frustrated. The poles aren't... and there's no blue on them. You can do a lot in a wheelchair. Poles are not cooperating. Really, a contract kid job in a cube. One manager takes all his calls on speaker. No! Not the speakerphone person. Right next to his open door he's in a conference call about potential new hires. Recruiter goes, candidate is partially deaf, can lip read. We can have a translator join conference calls to translate for him if anything comes up. The douche manager, my best friend in college, was stone deaf, but don't know if the others on the team would be comfortable. And they went to another candidate. I'm glad I didn't take their full-time job. Yeah, I'm not surprised. What a douche. But also, why in fuck's name are you on fucking speakerphone for calls in a openish office? I swear to God, I hate people who do that. I hate people who do that. Like, I don't need to hear the noise. I may not understand what's being said, but I don't need to hear the fucking noise happening. I don't need to know, whether or not your wife wants you to pick up groceries on the way home. I don't need to know that shit. I don't need to know that you're recruiting people. Like, this information here, this is GDPR breaches, technically. Because if people outside who are not part of the right job role listening into information that they have no need to access, that's a bit of a GDPR issue, which is, GDPR? Is it GDPR? Yeah. Data protection. And yeah, but also I am not surprised. GDPR is to do with data protection. I think it stands for the General Data Protection Regulations. It came in a number of years ago, and so you have your normal data protection laws there to keep you, like, if you do things, companies have to handle the information in such a way that you're essentially anonymous. You cannot be traced whatsoever. GDPR was basically kind of like a rehaul of that data protection laws, and actually made them a lot stricter. So companies had to follow new guidelines and regulations on how they protect clients' data and how they handle clients' data. It's the same with, like, if I talk specifically about when I was working in the school and I start talking about certain kids and I start listing, I'll obviously not name names, but if I start basically listing very key identifying attributes that anyone could take that information and go, okay, it's this kid, that's a breach of GDPR in a way. And basically a lot of people can break it. And that's something right there that can be consistent considering a data breach, because it's specifically about new hires and the candidate in question has a disability, which falls under to do with GDPR, because a disability is actually an identifying trait in people. So someone could literally overhear that information, take that information, go to the new hires and find out which candidate specifically is partially deaf, particularly if they've declared it in the application, which by the sounds of it they have. That's an identifying factor, and that could be a GDPR issue if this person has no capacity in their job role to be accessing that kind of information. It's a lot. It's a very good thing actually in terms of protecting people's anonymity, and it is a bit of a nuisance to some businesses when they're trying to protect people's information that they hold, because there's a lot more regulations to it. But it's really good as a whole. But yeah, I'm not surprised by that information whatsoever, because people's conceptions towards disabilities are insane, like actually insane. I have this horrible story. Someone told me this. I heard this secondhand. But there was a situation where there was someone who has mental and physical disabilities, in the sense of they had a slight learning disability. So their speech itself was actually slightly simpler than what you would consider the norm. They had some quite obvious physical disabilities as well that weren't overly restrictive, but were, you could tell. They were quite visual. And this person applied for a role that they were actually slightly overqualified for. So they were full qualifications required for this role, had all of the experience necessary for it, right? And answered all the questions in full, of course. And then when I was hearing this secondhand from someone I used to work with, and I just can't even believe the reaction as well to it as well, but the person who was telling me this was basically saying that this person would not be a good fit because of how their disability presented themselves, because they'd be in control of like fire safety stuff, and considering the slightly simpler way in which they communicated and some of their physical limitations meant that they probably wouldn't be a good candidate for that, despite the fact that they have extensive prior experience with all of the duties in the role in question. And what ended up happening was they ended up pulling the the advert, essentially the job advert, basically saying that the role had been fulfilled. It had not been filled. They pulled the advert so that they didn't have to offer it to the disabled girl in question. And then they re-advertised it, I think, a couple of months later, because they didn't want to offer it to this particular girl, because this particular girl was the most qualified candidate, and they should have offered it to her, and they didn't. And the person who was telling me this was trying to justify it by saying, but they're presented in such a way, and there's a very specific thinking, particularly a very strong thinking, that everyone has their own assumptions about what a disability limits. That's why so many employers are so reluctant to hire people with disabilities, because they have those preconceived assumptions and misunderstandings, their own misunderstandings about different types of disabilities, and thinking about how that limits the person within the job, rather than thinking about what they could bring to the role. And it's a problem a lot of disabled people face, and I know that this particular person who has worked extensively with disabled kids, I do know that as well, And they were fully trying to justify the employer rejecting the disabled person. And when you have that kind of thinking, there is no amount of, talking with the person or explaining with the person how wrong and incorrect that line of thinking is, because, disabilities don't always present the same across people. It's a spectrum, essentially. I've always sort of described it as a spectrum. It's not a one hat fits all sort of thing. It's absolutely not that, and I'm walking living proof of that as well, considering I'm deaf, but I don't present as your atypical deaf person as well. So it's that kind of, it's a misconception that I've had to face myself. But it's a problem a lot of employers have, and it's a problem I've had a lot of previous employers have against me, believing that I can't do certain things in my role because of my disability. And then it can be up to me to decide to fight that, and I have on multiple occasions, basically going, well, you can't decide what I can and can't do. I can inform you what I can and can't do specifically. I'm willing to try and find workarounds for things that I will 100% either not be able to do or struggle with. I will happily find workarounds for it. But you cannot stand there and make an assumption about something that you yourself do not know enough about and have not asked me about. And it's the one thing that I always get peeved off about, is when people don't fucking ask. I've had a manager refuse a very specific task on one of my previous jobs. They refused to put me on that task because they believed I just physically couldn't do it. When not only could I was the best on the entire team at that particular task. So much so that for the rest of my time there, I was pretty much the only person on that task. Any time that I worked, I was pretty much the only person there, because I was that good. And it's things like that, where, you have to kind of fight it. Oh, it's so frustrating. Oh, that annoyed me. I went down on a tangent, sorry. Crazy fuckers. Crazy motherfuckers. I get passionate about these things sometimes. Thank you, username. I also thank you for sharing the story, by the way. That was a really interesting story. Oh, it's so dumb, isn't it? So dumb. So dumb. Like, another thing as well, when... Hi, Dirt! Welcome back, buddy. Love the lurkers. Lurkers are great. Another thing as well is, like, whenever it's a situation that I've faced more recently, is when painting the same brush across the board, if that makes any sense to you, where, they believe that because one person with your disability isn't able to do XYZ, you also can't. Even though the disability itself presents differently between the two people. And this is something as well that I get, because there are certain things that I can do, or certain areas that I can work in that, for example, a colleague of mine who also has a hearing impairment can't do, and vice versa. And it's just like, it's a case of, disabilities are also so individualistic it's a case of, and I've always presented this to every single person I've ever worked with and anyone who ever asked me this question. If you have any doubt and it's related to the person's disability, and you have some sort of apprehension or hesitation about whether or not you feel this person is up to the task because you feel that their disability might get in the way, talk to the person about it. Fucking talk to them. Ask. Outline your concerns. Outline what you think that they can do and what you feel like might be limiting to them, and then listen to the person when they say, oh, yeah, I could probably do X and Y, but I can't do Z. Or let's figure out a workaround or something else I can do instead of XYZ tasks. There's always ways of going about it. There's always other, avenues to look down. There's always other opportunities. Other ways of looking at it. You just have to fucking ask. Oh my god. I'm so warm. I'm so warm from the passion and so warm from the heat. My upper lip is actually sweating. It's that warm. I'm actually thinking of doing a new YouTube series. I only thought about this yesterday. And I know I haven't done YouTube in a long time, but I'm kind of hoping to start picking that up again very, very soon. But I thought about doing a reaction video. So deaf girl reacts to deaf movies and TV shows and stuff, deaf representation in movies and TV show. And my opinion on that, I think it'd be kind of fun. Because I have strong opinions about some. I have strong opinions about some. I can think of one immediately that I have very strong opinions about. I even wrote my a dissertation on it and everything. Oh, so fun. Whee! But Dirt, I know you're lurking, and I love you lurkers. But I just want to say thank you, buddy. It's good to see you. But yeah, I think it'd be kind of fun. My experience as well as someone in the deaf community is so very different. Anyway, so a lot of my experience is very different from a lot of my friends' experiences and vice versa, although there's a lot of similarities as well. I'm still disabled, bitch. Oh my god, it's a clean pod! Holy shit! Let's go. Up, up. Hi, it's Ted. Let's go fly a kite and send it soaring up through the atmosphere, up where the air is clear. Oh, let's go fly a kite. Oh, this just makes me want to go and find some Ferris wheels to ride. Except we don't really have Ferris wheels in Northern Ireland. Here we go. Right. Oh, I really shouldn't have had the long extension on. I wonder how long it would actually take to clean a Ferris wheel. A week, maybe? In big cities, some cities at night would be fun, otherwise I would skip it. Yeah. I don't think I've ever been on the London Eye. Yeah, no, I've never been on the London Eye. I remember I have been to London, but I have seen the lines and have went, no thank you, I'm okay. I'm good. Yeah. That one's fine. I don't mind heights, I just don't like waiting. I'm so impatient. I'm an impatient bitch. Right, we'll go up the Ferris wheel here. See where it takes us. Whee. Oh, I'll actually be able to do the one. Right. Mein Gott. I feel like it might be best that I get the thingy out. I'm like Spider-Manning my whole way around here. That's what I do sometimes. I just Spider-Man to shit. Yeah, I should really change this. Back to... let's do Stubby again. Stubby! So many safety hazard. Who cares? I'm getting paid to do this, aren't I? It's fine. It's not a danger whatsoever. Got it. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, it's whatever a spider can. Can he wash a Ferris wheel? Who fucking knows? Let's just try. Look out! It's Spider-Man. Yay! Got you, you bastard. So much cleaning. Nice. Alright. Get that up. Nice. Okay, front spoke done. Right spoke done. Red face first. Star done. The center shaft just isn't clean yet. So just make sure all the spokes are clean. I think so. Oh, that one's not. I see two that are not. Let's clean these bitches. There we go. Alright, spokes are done. Oh, nice. Okay. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. I know. Honestly, fall damage is like my biggest enemy in games. Because I just fall off everything. That's why whenever I play some of my games offline, I turn off fall damage because I'm such an idiot. You know what? Let's change the nozzle. Let's get more dirt. Nice. A cleaning fiend. Right. Clean. Right, well that's one. That one definitely. Top. I should probably change the nozzle then. Back. That one. Oh yeah, the spokes. Hang on. Forgot about the spokes. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Oh, I can. I didn't realize. I was hearing Birdsong and I was like, is that my game or is that my brother's game? Because unfortunately, my brother is absolutely playing his game really loudly. So I could hear him in the morning, just like his character like cutting the trees in his game. I'm just like, God damn you, man. I'm supposed to be deaf. I'm not supposed to hear this shit. Dick. So inconsiderate. Alright, I think that's all the rear spokes, so there we go. Alright, that's that, that's that. Making sure they all but done. Look, I'm 97% clean. Holy shit. Even though me, Tasha, myself, I'm probably only 60% clean. I did not wash my face this morning, so it's a miracle I'm awake. Actually, no, it's not a miracle I'm awake. It's a miracle I've even, you know, sat in my fucking oven of a room. This is so fucking hot. Right, actually, did I get all the support poles? I did! Amazing. So we've got the generator wiring, the center shafts and center supports, and the A-frame supports. So that's like down here. Do you want to see me not take fall damage? Whee! Whee! That was fun. Alright, now here's the interesting and fun one. There we go. Because I'm such a small person, I clearly have to use this. Oh, I'm so shit at controls, I do get stuck. Kind of funny. Got it! Alright, now we just need the A struts. Looking plain. So I think it's gonna be on the other side, so. Whee! Literally right up there. Oh my god. What a douche nozzle. Yay! Alright. Alright, the Jenny wiring is a bitch. Turn this to you for a second. The fucking positioning of it is insane. Ugh. Gods. There we go, got the wiring. Alright, let's get these A-frame supports. A-frame! Holy shit! Did you have a nice birthday? Did you spend it nicely and wisely with people that you like? You did nothing? Dude, that's so boring. That's fine. As long as you spend it in a way that makes you happy. There is no judgment from me whatsoever. You weren't able to get Leo, that sucks. That actually fucking sucks. I always request leave around my birthday time. In work. Always. Never fond of celebrating my birthday in work. Not like for any specific reason, I just didn't like it. It's the whole idea of whenever you go and get the birthday cake stuff. I've worked in places where you would celebrate people's birthdays in the job and stuff, and I'm just like, I'm gonna celebrate it quietly, thanks. You know? It's just me. Oh, why are you so annoying? Get better. Well, I'm sorry you weren't able to get some leave on your birthday and you weren't happy about it. But did you at least get to maybe see some people that you like on your birthday? Regardless? Maybe? Sorry I wasn't online. I gave myself a surprise holiday. Surprise. Actually, what date is it? That's a very good question. I know someone's birthday is coming up. Yes, I do. Okay, I've got a couple of days. We cool. One of my closest friends, her birthday's in a couple of days. So I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta remember it. I have so much stuff happening, so it's like, gots to remember. There we go. Alright, now to get the A support frame here. Amazing. Got you. Now I need the other one. And we good. Okay, it's right over there. Playing that sad violin for yourself? Fuck it! Wait! And now this is my favorite bit, by the way, Dream. This'll make you a bit happy. You didn't even have time? I will hopefully be doing a dinner stream soon, so hopefully that'll cheer you up. But let's look at the time lapse because I fucking love watching the time lapse. Ugh. So satisfying. It should. Shit, Wintrim, it sounds like you've got like a shitty week. I'm sorry, buddy. Thank you, username. I've got 900 bucks out of it. Nice. This is so I didn't have to travel the whole way downstairs to get more water. It's that fucking hot. I agree, they should show the volcano erupting. Like, what should happen is, I finished it, and then, in the background, waste all my time that I spent cleaning it. No, you're hot? We're all hot here, babe. We're all hot here. Hot. Okay, the Ferris wheel is roasting your legend just in the nick of time too. With the rave generator blown, we've had to stick with the original one, and the classic vibe of the artwork really fits with the slower pace. Techno Ferris wheel was probably Techno Ferris wheel was a terrible fucking idea. So I'm turning my attention to Crackers Keith, the world's first techno caterpillar. My god, no wonder his name's Bryce Strobe. Or Brie. Subway? Okay, I've actually seen people cleaning the subway before. I'm cleaning a subway. I can either do the subway or I can do like something like this. My little bonus job, so there's nice wee other bonus jobs. Ah. So fun! So fun! Let's do the subway. Owing to the steady reputational rise of Muckingham, I love that's called Muckingham of all, Caldera City Transportation Network is excited to announce the reopening of its subway links to the vibrant town. We'd like you to deep clean the platform area ahead of the grand unveiling. Please note that whilst much of the graffiti in the facility could be said to possess artistic merit, we would like you to move. Oh. Cool. Cool. Also, I love that it's also called Caldera City and there's a volcano in it. That's kind of hilarious. Kind of funny. Continue. Oh my god, it's so dirty. Holy shit. This is gonna take me like 2 hours to clean. Holy shit. This is a job. I do have like all the some of the custom stuff. Like obviously this one. I considered maybe getting this one or the gold one. That the gold was kind of pretty. And then I was also going to get something else. So I got the lime gloves because green. Always green. But sadly, other than this horrible green outfit, they don't really have a nice enough green outfit. And there's nothing like super interesting. Although the festive outfit is hilarious. So I'd love to get the research one. Just because it'd be funny. Now, of course, we've got most good portion of the equipment. Excuse me, I'm snacking. A girl needs to make sure she gets her freaking break between jobs. Hard work cleaning virtually. Alright, let's start with this entranceway and work our way down.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
There you go. Oh, so good. Isn't it angel cake? It's so fucking good. Something I'm sort of obsessed with. And I'm so bad at pieing. I'm such a pie. So I try and limit myself to 2 per day. And it comes in a box of 8. Alright. Let's do this! Perhaps you would like some interesting statistics on our railroad systems while you work. I don't mind Madeleines. I think Madeleines are quite nice. Not something I would really go for, but I do like them. I agree. I think they should have just kept this closed. They didn't need to reopen it. They could just repurpose it. Although if you repurpose it, you would still have to clean it, so... Goddamn. Alright, so there's gonna be rust on this shit as well. Ugh. Fine. Are these? Oh god, they are two different gates. Ugh. Fine. One gate done. Two gates done. Cool. Some beautiful graffiti artwork here. So stunning. They should really keep it. I actually quite like some graffiti art. I think it's really nice. So we have... I know, and I asked them to, like, keep me prisoner. I don't dream. I don't watch football. And hi, Foxy! Graffiti art can be really nice. We actually have, where I live, or at least some of the main cities here, we have a lot of, like, graffiti art and stuff. Particularly because, you know, there used to be shit tons of murals and stuff. For some of the different areas here. And so, whenever through the peace process and stuff, obviously we would try and repurpose a lot of the murals to be something more inclusive and positive instead of, you know, hate speech and sectarianism. So there's some really beautiful graffiti murals now. And there's actually like an arts festival that happens somewhere in the main city centre and it's on these walls, and it's a bunch of old brick walls, and all of these walls are clean for the purpose of being used for graffiti art during the arts festival, and it's so cool. They hire artists to just tweak existing street art. No, so they hire artists to make actual street art. So there are some artists that specialize in street art. There's a few that are really fantastic artists, and there's a handful that specifically specialize in street art and stuff like that. But some artists obviously have multiples. So they just be like, apply if you want to do it as part of the festival, and then those artists like apply to be a part of the festival to do art and request a certain wall for their canvas. And it's actually really fucking cool. I think it's awesome. I'm gonna change this one. And I mean, it's tasteful as well. It's not like it's, you know, the weird tags and handwriting and stuff. It's like actual, like, art, like abstract art. There was, and there was some, not controversy, but there was a bit of a tiff with one local artist who I think her work is really interesting. It's definitely not for 100%. It's not for everyone. It's definitely not really for the conservatives. But they were commissioned. This artist was commissioned to do a mural piece on the side of the wall for a business. So a business that actively paid this artist to put this on the wall, got all the permissions for it and everything. Absolutely fantastic. Did the piece, and it was to do with like breastfeeding and things like that specifically. So it was part of a sort of like hand in hand with a campaign about, you know, making breastfeeding in public more accepted, because it sometimes is still a bit of a thing here, and you know, that you shouldn't be objectifying women on that sense because there is a reason that these exist, sort of thing, and to not discriminate against breastfeeding mothers and things like that. It was sort of a whole around that from my memory. And the artist did a very, very tasteful, in my opinion, and very beautiful piece. And yes, there were boobs. Yes, there were titties. Absolutely there was. It was a titty campaign. It was very in line with what they were doing. It was really, really lovely. The next day... Oh wait, sorry. No, it wasn't breastfeeding. It was periods. That's what it was. It wasn't breastfeeding. It was to do with periods. It was to make periods more normalized. That's what it was. And it wasn't tits. It was literally someone in a... I know. I'm just like, I'm confusing the two here. No, it was the piece, and it was again still very tastefully done, and it was just someone with a pair of knickers on that had a bit of blood on it. I'm pretty sure it was the period one rather than the breastfeeding one. Either way, this artist was commissioned to do that mural. That mural was approved by the business and whoever was signing off on the mural being allowed to be put on this wall in the planning permissions and stuff, right? Some conservative, whoever, wanker person, literally the day she finished it, that night someone painted black all over it. Completely painted it black. And it was fucking disgusting. It was fucking disgusting. That girl spent like a good week doing that piece. A real good week. And someone painted over it black. Because they didn't like the message that it was conveying. And it's a slight frustration that I have here with this particular country, because it's like, if there's anything that goes against sort of that norm, that conservative norm, it usually gets shut down quite quick by conservative sides. One of the reasons why there are no strip clubs here. Surprising fact, we have no actual strip clubs. There's private, underground strips probably, but there are no actual strip clubs here, because there was one time where someone tried to open one up and it got basically set on fire before it ever opened. So yeah, it's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. It's actually freaking ridiculous. And again, because it's about women as well, it's so frustrating. But I also, I understand where it comes from, because it's so fucking insane, because we're sort of progressive, right? And I love where I live, I do. But when it comes to certain rights for women, we do not have it whatsoever. Certain opinions towards women still very much in, in the history, very stagnated in tradition and shit like that. And it's so sad. And unfortunately, we have also, I couldn't believe it when I found this statistic out, and it made sense so much when I found out about it, but we have the third highest rates of femicide in the entirety of Europe. Not just the UK, not just Ireland, Europe. Third highest. It's fucking insane. It's insane. And when you get issues like that, the majority of people, a lot of people that I hang out with, we're all very progressive people. The majority of people here are progressive, and yet there's still all of this undercurrent of conservative, being conservative, and certain women rights that aren't necessarily there. We were one of the last countries to allow legal abortion. Ireland made it legal donkeys ago. The rest of the UK made it legal donkeys ago. We only made it legal a couple of years ago. The same with equal marriage. We only made equal marriage legal a couple of years ago. So while we're sort of progressive, we're also technically not, and it's so fucking shit. The femicide thing is just so insane. We have so many women that have been killed because of their partners, or we've had so many women experiencing violence from men. There is not a single woman who I don't know who has not experienced that in some shape or form, in terms of assault in some form. It's insane. And yes, I myself has also experienced it, which is absolutely sad. And the fact that we're the third highest is insane. Alcohol, I mean, I think we have slightly more, but no, I would say equal to Ireland, the rest of Ireland and Scotland. Definitely not more than, some other countries. It's the way that boys and men were raised here. It's the sad fact. It's literally the way that boys and men were raised here. I don't like that aspect of where I live whatsoever either, but it's a lot of pros outweigh the cons of where I live, which is great. But and having experienced that is very eye-opening to how prevalent it is where I am. And I feel like I don't mind speaking out against it because, you know, you have to. In order to acknowledge that the problem is there, we have to talk about it. And quite frankly, we have so many, like, we've had riots recently regarding a young girl who was assaulted by a bunch of young boys. And by young boys, I mean like a bunch of 14, 15-year-olds. And I mean, like, raped. And this girl was about 12. And there was protests recently because the boys in question were people of colour. And there were riots about the immigrants and stuff again because it was specifically about the boys being people of colour. What's really interesting is that there are riots about that, but not even 2 weeks later, 2 or 3 weeks later, a woman got raped by a white man. Another woman got killed by her partner. And literally about the month before that, another woman had got killed by her partner. We have stupid high rates. Like, if you look at the specific statistics, and it's not always reported here as well, it's not always reported at all. And it's also not always taken seriously whatsoever. It's so fucked up in all senses of the world. It's so fucked up. There we go, come on. We really care about ourselves. Not well versed in intricacies of the roofs. Like, I love it. I love this place. I do. But that's definitely something that this place needs to fix. And it's definitely about how boys were raised. I am 100% a believer of how men were raised and treated here. It's fucking ridiculous. Right, I don't think I want to do the floor just yet, but I do want to get down here done. Yeah. I actually have a friend as well that works for a charity that aims to help people in those situations as well, which is amazing. So the law isn't always on your side as well, which is so frustrating. Like, when I'll share this slight experience. Whenever I was reporting my ex for slashing my car tires, I reported it to the local police, and all of the evidence completely pointed to my ex. It was very, very strong. You know, the tires were very obviously slashed. It was done not long after a meeting that was not going my ex's way whatsoever. And my ex had followed my car right after I'd left the meeting that we had as well, in which coincidentally I had to pull over after and fix my tire, like put my wee spare tire on, and my ex was there to help me. And apparently, like, his interview was quite inconsistent when the police did actually interview him regarding it, and it was apparently quite inconsistent in his version of events, and so everything pointed it to the fact that it was my ex. Like, I had very, very strong, and I did not pursue criminal charges. I didn't, for the pure fact that the officer who was investigating it said to me not to, because there was no CCTV. There was CCTV of a different car park in front of where the meeting took place, but there was no CCTV of where my car actually was sitting for the meeting and for when the tire got slashed. And because of the fact that there was no CCTV, despite the fact every other bit of evidence was as strong as it was best I didn't take it to court. Which was fucked up, and I remember telling a different officer about it. And actually, I was telling a lawyer about it recently as well, because I was dealing with the lawyers not too long ago. And I was saying to that lawyer about how I was recommended not to. And she was so pissed off for me. She's a lawyer from here, and that whole situation was all here as well. And the lawyer was so pissed off, like really pissed off. But she was just like, no, she absolutely should not have suggested that whatsoever. Like that's a failing on her part, on the officer's part. And I'm like, I know that, especially because when I did a hearing against my ex. I was a witness in a hearing against my ex last year, and the conclusion and the hearing was sort of investigating a bunch of events that included the tire incident, and the outcome of the hearing fully 100% stated that the panel thought he absolutely did it. Which was really nice to read. It was really kind of gratifying. It's insane. And yeah, tires are really fucking expensive. By the way, Voxy, this happened on Christmas Eve. Or at least, sorry, the tire slashing happened on like the 22nd. I had to get my tires replaced on Christmas fucking Eve. And to be fair, on the tire guys, the tire place that I went to no longer exists, unfortunately. But the guys that I went to were the nicest people on the planet. They were so lovely. They were just like so nice, and they gave me a half-worn tire instead, and so I could didn't have to be charged full price, which was really nice of them on Christmas Eve. But yeah, the thing though is, I don't think it was a case of like police are lazy. I think it's not just there's two factors in it that I really believe lent itself to the officer's suggestion for not pursuing it. The first one being that societal issue where we're talking about us having the highest rates of femicide in the world. Women aren't really believed here, things like that. There's a massive issue in terms of that here, like getting justice for crimes against women here is quite difficult in a sense. It's not that easy. I don't think, from everything that I've heard as well, it's just not that easy. The second factor is my ex used to be a police officer, so it made everything like extra as well. It was very interesting when I admitted to that fact. When I was making the initial report and just seeing the officer taking my statement, just immediately go, shit. Yeah. I have a very, very mixed experience with officers. They are. There's a reason, there's a saying. There's a reason, there's a saying, and this is one that I learned a couple of years ago. What's it called? Angel in the streets, devil in the sheets. That's an actual saying here. Angel in the streets, devil in the sheets, and it's specifically in reference to officers, to police officers who are abusive to their partners and families. It's insane to think about it. If it's so prevalent, we have a literal saying. It's insane. Oh, that's kind of such. No, you're not. Absolutely not. I got, like, the fact that I got the hearing that I did is kind of miraculous enough. And the fact that I got listened to in the hearing is miraculous enough. And the officer who was supporting me throughout that entire thing as well, she did give me the opportunity to no worries, Vox. She did give me the opportunity to talk about more things as well that could be added. That would have had to be investigated, and I was just like, nope. Just because, one, there's no real evidence, and two, it'll just be exhausting, long, and the entire process of just doing that in and of itself without all the extra stuff was just not, that was hard enough as it is. So, grateful for what I already did anyway, but at the end of the day, you know, I'm finally happy, healthy, healing, all that shit. It's great. It's obviously past our dinner time stream. It's Foxy's dinner time right now. Come on. Oh yeah, no, she was great. She was fabulous. She was so I mostly met females. So I did. There was only maybe a couple of males that I interacted with throughout that whole thing. I mostly spoke with females the entire time, and they were and the officers that were supporting me were the loveliest women ever. They were so nice, very no nonsense, very much sort of can see through the bullshit, and was so funny because when one of the officers who were supporting me, they had to go and speak with my ex a little bit about, you know, the reports and stuff like that, and I remember one of her I remember the officer basically mentioning to someone, being like, don't like him whatsoever. And I just thought it was really funny that this officer that had to speak with my ex just immediately just did not like my ex. Just could see the bullshit straight away, which was so funny. But the two officers that were supporting me were so amazing, so amazing. I commend them for what they do as well. Very professional, very reassuring, and they kept me up to date with everything and supported me with everything as well, particularly with my hearing being so bad. You know, they really pushed to make sure that I was comfortable and that I was, you know, taking appropriate breaks as well. So keeping me up to date, in the loop, pushing for things as well. And like, there was a delay, for example, in getting the results from the panel, and my support officers were just like, this is ridiculous, we're gonna figure it out, because you've basically been waiting nearly 3 years now for this, and we're gonna sort it, girl, don't you worry. And they sort of found out why it got delayed, and sort of were able to turn back and explain it and everything to me, which was amazing. And just, I overall had a really, really good experience with those guys. I'm very grateful that they were the ones who handled my case. Very, very grateful. Not an experience I recommend to anyone whatsoever. Absolutely not. It was a fucking horrible time. Absolutely horrible time. 10 out of 10, do not recommend. But I'm also grateful that I did it, you know. I'm also grateful that I did it. There we go. Right. Nice. Oh yeah, I didn't get the other signal light. Why is there whistling? There should not be any whistling. Alright. Now, should we do the ceiling or the floor first? Let's do this bit. I've actually thought about opening up a little bit about my experiences, but maybe when it's more appropriate. like maybe during an awareness week and stuff, I might talk about it more. I've thought about it a lot. I started second prevention training after my coworker complained when he was training the interns well. Ugh. It's insane. One, it's so funny because one, it's common sense. Don't fucking do that shit. But also two, it's so insane. I had a sexual harassment issue as well in one of my workplaces. And the response to it is so dumb. Like, we didn't get any training. I think it's a case of don't fucking do that in the workplace sort of mentality here. More than anything, don't necessarily need it. But I remember on one of my workplaces, I had to report in case of sexual harassment because I was like 21 when this happened. I was quite young. And there was an investigation and everything because the person in question wasn't even employed by my same employer. They were actually employed by an outside company, so they had to do their own investigations and everything. And I was a very naive girl at the time. You know, they couldn't keep me anonymous, unfortunately, which I know now is absolute fucking bullshit. My anonymity should have been kept at all times, but you know, naivety. And also, I eventually got told that there's no real issue here. You just have to avoid him. That was the result of my complaint. Which is insane. At least, you know what, I'm glad that y'all are getting this training. The fact that you need it in the first place is appalling. But, man, people are cray-cray. Like, people are actually cray-cray. I do see TikToks sometimes as well whenever, like, women are talking about certain experiences, and then I read the comments and they're like, oh, but the woman, like, laughs and shit like that. And I'm like, a lot of women also comment, it's like, yeah, because if she doesn't, she could die. Or get hurt. Like, it's ridiculous. I am grateful that I do know, like, my male friends and everything. The men that I know are actually decent human beings. So, thankful I have that. And as well, where they're also very protective of us as well. They're very aware of the issues that some of us face as well. So they're, like, really protective. Like, if we go out. So one of my really, really good friends is the biggest teddy bear known to man. He is the cutest wee thing ever. But he's like 6'3", tank. Like, he looks intimidating. But he is a wee friggin' the softiest teddy bear I've ever known. And he, like, we've had conversations about this, especially because his wife works with vulnerable women, and so he's very aware of all the issues that women and stuff face and things like that. And he's very, I would say he's a very progressive man, very, very in touch with societal issues and keeps himself up to date with it and stuff like that. And we've had conversations, and he's like, oh, I'm fully aware of what I look like, and I'm fully aware of what you women go through, and I fully would utilize what my looks are about in order to make sure that you guys are safe. And I'm like, thank you, brother. He's just such a cutie patootie. One co-worker wrote in the company chat about a co-worker kept trying to ask her out. He asked if there was this gentle way of getting him to stop. Porta. It's not as simple as reporting it. It really, particularly if it's a case of being asked out multiple times, it's not a simple case of reporting it because some people don't know how to take fucking no for an answer. Which again, I've also had to deal with. I knew someone who asked me out like 5 times. Which is ridiculous. Nah, I'm not gonna say I'm an absolute angel at the time. But, and I'd say that I did not, you know, appreciate his, attention. Because I was not in a very good place at the time. But at the end of the day, I said no 5 times. That should be enough. The first time should have been enough. You know? But actually, one of the things that also irritates me, some men are taught persistence is key to asking a woman out when no, it's not. No. Woman says no, you leave it the fuck alone. And actually, if I ever have sons, they're being told no means no. Even their no's. No means no. No never means yes. No means no. They want to change it to yes, they can say. Verbally. Or unverbally. Ugh. Alright, let's clean these benchies. Make sure anyone who wants to sleep on them overnight can do so on a clean bench. No, it does not seem so, but you know what? I'm really fucking glad because it's fucking disgusting. Oh my god. I actually, when I was cleaning out, doing the cleanup in the theatre in one of the shows not long ago, I shit you not, there was fresh chewing gum stuck to the bottom of one of the seats. And we have to pick it off. Like, we have to pick it off. There's no chewing gum on those fucking seats. It's there, we have to pick it off, and it's so fucking disgusting. Like, animals, actual fucking animals. Some people are actual fucking animals when it comes to, like, trying to clean up after themselves, in that they don't. And I do not understand where this whole thing of sticking chewing gum on the bottom of a seat or underneath a desk ever came from. It's bleh. If it comes to sticking chewing gum under the seats, no, I really wish I can cane some people, to be honest. I can think of a few patrons I've interacted with that I would have minded having like a wee small stick going. Swear to God. Some people. Like, for that, it's not so much like theater etiquette, it's more like have fucking respect for someone else's belongings, because at the end of the day, this is not your seat. I do get a flashlight. I do. Absolutely. It's not that strong. It's kind of, I actually have a spare one here. This is one of my shitty wee flashlights. This is why I shine sometimes. The funny thing is, though, one of our bosses who's been there maybe a year or two, a couple of years, something like that, they're not keen on us getting patrons' attentions with the flashlight because it's a distraction to other flashlights, or it's a distraction to the other patrons when you have to flash it to get someone's attention. And I mean, like, well, if I have to flash it to get someone's attention, then that means that person's already being a distraction to the patron, you know? So honestly, I need a fucking real strong ass I need one, you know what? I need one that I can, like, focus the front to make that the center of like a pin light, you know, because I don't want to be able to just illuminate the row, because that's what this one does. Unfortunately, it does illuminate quite a lot of people while I'm flashing it. My client has focus. I could focus. I want to be able to like focus it to pinpoint, so I can just literally do it straight in their eyes or straight in their camera. I was able to do it on the older ones, but the old flashlights that we had were also really shit and lost their light very quickly. So we got these new ones, but we can't focus them. That's kind of shit. But also, our not my manager, but above my manager, are still very much discouraging us from using flashlights to get people attention. And tapping people. We're not allowed to tap people to get their attention anymore. Because we had one person, we had one patron basically accuse a staff member of assault for tapping them to get their attention. I would 100% do that. If they pissed me off enough, I would 100% do that. Don't fucking break theater rules is my whole point. Like, I swear to God, it's ridiculous. And I met someone actually recently at a show. I was talking with someone who also had been a host for like 10 years at another venue, and they were just like, it's fine, I got a girl, I understand, because they had, this person had like 2 people beside them that were constantly like on their phones, or, well, they weren't constantly on their phones, but they were taking sneaky pictures of the show. And this was a show that was very strict about picture. I mean, really fucking strict. Like, the director was walking around and everything, fucking strict. It was insane. And I told the person off, and the person was just like, they're just pictures. And I'm like, yes, but it's in our policies that you can't take pictures. And they kind of huffed a little bit, and then apparently they took more sneaky pictures, and I'm just like, I can't, like, if they don't follow my stuff, I can kick them out if they become too disruptive. Like, I could literally, if I caught them doing it anymore, I didn't see them do it anymore for the rest of the show anyway, because I did keep an eye on them. And the person beside them as well was just like, yeah, don't worry, I don't think they did it anymore. I was like, cool, thanks, buddy. But I absolutely am within my rights. I've been told that we can delete pictures. Like, we can ask patrons to delete the pictures that they've taken because it's copyright issues. We're a private venue as well, not a public venue, so you actually technically do not have the permission to do so, to take pictures at any point inside the venue, because it's private property, not public. And again, copyright, so we can make people delete their pictures. I personally don't always, unless they absolutely piss me off. I've also stood beside people to ensure that they have switched their phones off physically, and I refuse to move until they do so. That one annoys them. It's great. I've never had to do it very often, thankfully, but like, we do have powers, and if someone is doing it multiple times, you've warned them multiple times, we can get them kicked out. But our managers have that power. We don't. So it's a case of, we decide when it gets to the point where we have to raise it to the managers, and then the managers do the next decisions of, okay, do we kick this person out or what? And we have had people get kicked out. Like, it's not doesn't happen very often, But it has happened. People do get kicked out. And then it's hilarious when we watch them walk shamefully to their cars because they're numpties who did not follow the theatre rules. We actually also, as part of like our training, we get to see the complaints, some of the complaints and some of the compliments that come in about our staff and service and stuff. It's more so that we have an idea of like what we've done right and what we've done, what maybe people are complaining about, and just sort of saying, okay, is it something that we as a staff can fix? Is that something that we have to work on to do better? Or is it maybe just a complaint that they're complaining to fucking complain? You know? And it's great. It's a great laugh, to be honest. Some of the complaints are honestly impressive. I've seen a few that complain about children, which is like, sure, we get it, but if it's about a child, for example, this has happened multiple times, if it's about specifically a child that we have witnessed ourselves be a very good child, no crying, no anything like that, sitting quietly with the mum, not being disruptive whatsoever, child is fine, and yet there's a person who's complaining about their child being a child in the theatre watching a show. Like, people complain about anything. This is the fucking fun of customer service. People just like to complain for the sake of complaining sometimes, and it's insane. I like hearing stories from like other theater hosts as well. Just like compare war stories with other theater hosts, because it's such a niche area of customer service and we get such a very specific range of people and such very strange things like that we deal with that can only really happen with a theater, and it's interesting. I thoroughly enjoy it, to be honest. I think it's a great customer service role, genuinely. Of course, yeah. You see, I understand it if the kid is doing it disruptively, whereas if it's a case of the parent is actively doing everything to keep the child quiet and then realizing if it is a disruption that they will leave with the child to calm it down, that's absolutely fine. If it's a kid's show, expect there to be crying. There's no amount of complaining that's going to change that. You're at a kid's show, you're going to expect children to be there, expect there to be noise. But where it's a case of like the kid is being disruptive, in which case we absolutely tell the parent. We do tell the parents, by the way, you might want to step outside with the child. It's becoming a bit of a disruption to the other patrons. There's a quiet area maybe that might be better. Like we've had kids with sensory issues that get very upset at, you know, whatever show is happening, and they're probably not exactly the most sensory friendly. We have like ear defenders for that specific purpose, and it's a case of like trying to work around that, see whether or not they're willing to try the ear defenders. Like I did have a couple of kids that had some sensory issues. One of the kids was absolutely fine with it. Like, wanted to watch the show, was cool with it. But the other kid was just not having any of it whatsoever. Just was not having a fun time. Even with the ear defenders. Because they were actively going like this for a good portion of the show. And I'd gotten the ear defenders anyway to make sure. And I believe they actually ended up having to leave. They just sat outside for most of the show because it was just too much for the person, which is fine. But you know, a shame that they refused to attempt to go in because I'd seen the show a couple times before. I'm like, look, these are the points that are probably going to be uncomfortable for you because they're really loud, because sound was the main issue at this point. But otherwise, if you wear the ear defenders, it might actually be fine if you want to try it. And the kid just refused to try, which was kind of sad, in my opinion. Well, you know, kid's choice, not mine. Kid didn't want to try, the kid didn't want to try. And actually as well, if someone is being a disruption and we don't know that they're being a disruption, which has happened many a times because I'm looking after upwards to 500 people, literally anywhere between 150 to, I want to say, about 500, 600 people. I have that many people to look after, right, on one floor. If someone is being a disruption, and I don't, if a host doesn't step in about the disruption, go and fucking say to the host, go and say to the usher that this person in this row or whoever it is being disruptive and affecting your enjoyment of the show. Because 9 times out of 10, I will tell you right now, it's because we're focused on something else. Something else has taken our eye that we have had to need to keep an eye on, and we've not noticed the one that you're looking at. And we have had complaints from people saying, oh, there was this disruption that was happening in this show. The usher didn't do anything about it. We didn't want to complain to the usher. You know, we didn't notify the usher about the issue, but really the usher should have stepped in and stuff like that. But it's a case of, well, the usher was probably focusing on something else. And if you didn't say anything, the usher didn't notice. And there's a few instances where it's a case of someone's complained about a disruption and the disruption is not a disruption. Or it's a disruption that we cannot control. Like food. We cannot control that one. Hey, Sam! I know, I also have a hope that people don't act like idiots too. But you know, shit happens sometimes, right? Anyway, Sam, how you doing? You good, man? Oh, meds time. If you got medications you need to take them now. Please, take them with me. I take my meds, you take your meds. I definitely have enough water for it. Oh, but yeah, a lot of what people complain about as well is pure common sense. So there is complaints about food, like the rustling and opening of bags, because a lot of people don't fucking realize the amount of fucking noise food bags make. Like, we snack, like, Malteser bags, Skittle bags, like, we hanging bag sweets. People don't always realize just how much noise. And I'm deaf, and I notice it. So it's bad. And the thing is, we can't tell people to quiet down when it comes to food. We can't really do that, because we can't really control, you know, people eating. That's obviously something we control. And we also can't control what the food comes in. That's too high above my pay grade to worry about. So yeah, it's ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. I wish I could tell people to stop bustling with the bags, but I can't. I'm the same. I actually typically don't really eat. So if I'm out in a cinema, like, I love watching movies with popcorn. I love snacking on popcorn. I love snacking on things, right? But I rarely go out to the actual cinema, and if I do not snack. Pure and simple, I don't snack. But that's mainly because if I snack, it actually affects my hearing, because I can hear me chewing, and then I can't really hear the movie very well, particularly when they don't have subtitles. And I don't go to the cinema anymore. I watch movies from home, so I can have subtitles, so I can snack in peace. But I make a lot of noise, Sam. I make a lot of noise, I do know that. But yeah, I don't go to the cinema just because, like, it's there's just too much extra stuff. There's no subtitles. If I get snacks, I can't hear the noise as well. And to be honest, the way movies are audio mixed these days, it's really hard to tell what people are saying anyway, so. But yes, people do take way too fucking long to find that chip, or to find that Malteser, or to find that fucking Skittle. It pisses a lot of people off. It pisses us off too. Like, 100% absolutely does. But I cannot do anything about that. People gotta eat. It's a human right. One thing that was my big pet peeve: phones. My biggest pet peeve. I'm actually not fussed about food. Food doesn't really bother me as much, but phones piss me off. I understand, you know, maybe checking your phone for a message, things like that, but not every 5 fucking minutes. And not everyone knows that how bright phones are. Even on the lowest brightness setting, phones are bright, particularly in a dark theater. Phones are bright. I can see all of the fucking messages that you're sending to your friend Kathy or your fucking Aunt Clarice. Okay? I can see you talking about your fucking bad knee or whatnot, or you're just about to see a movie that you don't even fucking like. I can see your shit. I can see if you're looking on our website to buy new tickets, which I've seen be done on phones in the middle of show, in the middle of literal shows. I have seen people go on our websites and buy tickets to other shows in the middle of a show. It's so bad, because now when I physically go and watch shows in the theater, anytime someone brings a phone out, I immediately notice it. I went to see Six musical. I got great fucking seats to see Six with musical with my friend. Thank you, babe. You're amazing. And I loved the show. It was great. It was fabulous. I love Six the musical, right? I'm sitting, like, in the middle of the balcony, which is called, like, the Grand Circle or the Circle or whatever. I'm sitting in the middle of this balcony, watching the show right in front of me. And upstairs, out the corner of my eye, in the next floor, I see someone whipping out their phone, and they're only texting, and I know that, but I can see it right out of my periphery. Like, I'm watching this, and they're literally about a good row behind me, up on the next floor, on the right side of me, and I'm just sitting there, swivel straight at it, and just glaring at the person because the brightness is so fucking bright. I hate people being on their phones in shows. I'm sorry, you can be without your phone for like 2 fucking hours, okay? You can be without that phone for 2 fucking hours. You do not need to be plugged in, not unless you're a doctor or like a firefighter on call. In which case, they actually are nice. They keep their phones on vibrate. And if they get a call, they leave. They actually follow good theater etiquette. Everyone else fucking doesn't. Another thing I'm passionate about. So frustrating. I don't mind people like texting, genuinely, but it's just the brightness is so distracting, and if it's distracting me, it's distracting other people. Like, so ridiculous. And it absolutely depends as well on the type of show. There are some shows that just do not condone any sort of phone use whatsoever, just because of how dark the house is whenever the lights go down for the show. There's a handful of shows that I've worked where the house itself is so dark. Like, we do sometimes use our torches to shine people on to shine the path on where to go for people going to the toilet during the show and stuff. But there's some shows that are so dark, we have rules in place that basically say 0 phone use. Because as soon as the phone comes out, it is so visible. It is so visible in the theater, in a dark theater. It is so visible. So visible. It's ridiculous. And then, of course, people get pissy. It's just like, but I'm only texting or whatnot. I'm like, I get that, but I have orders. I'm just doing my job. Don't get pissy at me because you can't fucking leave your phone alone for like 2 hours. We had someone like literally get physical with one of our staff members as well when they were asked to get off their phone. Because it was very disruptive, and they were also, I think they were like in the middle of a call or something. In the middle of a show. And they were being very disruptive. And they got physical with one of our staff members. And of course was brought out by a manager to have discussions with. And they got physical with our manager as well. And basically saying that their parent or something was hospitalized and they needed to be on their phone to get the updates. I'm like, cool. Amazing, but if they're hospitalized when you want to go to the hospital to get updates, like, I understand, but still, we need flash. Oh, that would be so much fun. That would be. We have a staff member that has walking issues, so they have a physical disability. Due to, I think they had an accident or something, and now they fucked their back, and they now have a walking aid. They have a walking stick, and it's a fabulous stick. I love that stick. They are a fabulous person. I love the person. They have a very good sense of humor, very similar to mine. We bant all the time about it, and the amount of times we've talked about using their stick for the sheer purpose of hitting people. Because people are fucking idiots and sometimes need a thwack around the head is insane. Some people just need a thwack right around the head. Hopefully to smack the common sense in them, you know? They're also quite young looking as well, like they're about my age. They're quite young looking as well. And so they obviously get comments from like particularly older patrons being like, why the hell do you need a stick to walk? You know, you're too young to have a walking stick mentality. And there's a running joke now about what's the craziest story she can tell people about why she has a stick. We got Shark Attack as one point, which was hilarious. Can't remember what else. Oh, I love that woman. Demi Chow from Running Car. I think I was gonna give her that idea because we were talking about, you know, muscles and how the body can exert itself and stuff, and the fact that we don't actually know how strong muscles actually are because our body sends signals to stop us from overexerting a muscle because the muscle will absolutely break our bones and has done. Like, actually, that's one of the reasons why they think if I broke my foot, they think I literally just my muscle in my foot flexed too hard and broke the bone in my foot because, you know, I'm just that cool. I told her about the story of, you know, whenever this woman, this was years and years and years and years and years and years ago. This woman saved their child from being pinned under a car, and because in the sheer adrenaline and whatnot, because, you know, a mother can save a child from a burning car, from, you know, they can lift a car sort of thing. That actually comes from a real life case. Essentially, a woman did actually lift a full fucking car off her child by herself. That was great. The child survived. She ended up getting essentially a lifelong disability. The muscles, her spine, and her legs and some of her joints all got completely fucked from what she did. She actually, like, broke her back doing that. She, I think, tore a couple of muscles as well. She fucked the joints and is basically on lifelong disability and in constant pain because of what she did to save her child. So yeah, like, it's amazing that she could do that, but the body itself has its own constrictions to ensure that we don't overexert to what happened with that woman, to the point where we're literally in physical pain for the rest of our lives for doing something that the body should not be able to handle. You know, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. And actually, my friend was just like, I'm gonna use that one next time. I'm gonna say I lifted a car off someone and fucked my back. That's actually possible. I was like, yeah, it is. I hope I get to listen to it. I don't get to work with her very often, sadly. But she is a gag. She is a gag. We're two dark humor girlies as well. We send each other all of the dark humor, like, disability memes as well as a few other like humorous memes and like movie memes and stuff. But we definitely, she's one of the two people that I send all of my disability memes to, dark humor ones. I'm not gonna say the urban theory because it's not very funny. There's that joke related to people with certain conditions being able to exert large amounts of physical force. Pretty much anyone can. Body is still a random miracle. It's crazy. I vaguely remember reading, though, that the mother kind of slightly regretted it. Only slightly, but only because they had to deal with horrible lifelong disability and chronic constant pain for the rest of her life as a result. But, you know, at least her child's alive. Right? Is it worth the chronic pain? Who knows? Oh, but Court said that was pretty dark, so second car would be nice! I love that. I love that. See, when me and that girl are working, if we tell a joke that's quite dark in humour and we don't know if it's gonna land, we at least know that it's gonna land with each other. So, like, when we last met and we went out and we were talking about some, like, dark humour stuff, and the two of us were just absolutely riffing off each other the entire time, and the others were, I think, they were laughing, but not as hard as we were, because it was just, it's one of those, you kind of need to get it, you know? You kind of need to go through certain shit to get it and have a certain humor about it to get it. It's insane. Like, I have a friend who's in... I have another friend who's in a wheelchair. Or was in a wheelchair. She doesn't use a wheelchair now, I think. Good on her. But when we were hanging out and stuff, she would be in her wheelchair, and the amount of fucking jokes that we... Like, people used to look at us funny, because we told some dark jokes, but we know each other's limits, you know? We know each other's lines not to cross in regards to certain jokes. And I remember there was a joke that I made about that it was a wheelchair joke, and I think she just pissed herself laughing about 10 minutes straight. She was like, "You bitch," and I was like, "I know, you love me," and I was like, "Dude, it's fabulous, it's so funny." It's the same friend that I like to call her. So she has POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome. So basically she has what I like to call her sleepy bye-bye episodes, or her sleepy times, randomly. And she had a sleepy time episode once, and she was out for about, I want to say about 10 minutes, not even. But she was out for a wee bit, and she absolutely took a fucking fall. She cracked her head, she had a concussion and stuff, and she came to, and she was just like, ugh. I just turned around and she's like, "Oi, bitch, you do realise this is not the time or place to go to sleep? We're holding up our rehearsals." She's like, "Oh, fuck you." And I was like, "I love you too." And that's when I know that she's like awake at herself, is like when she starts laughing, or she's smiling and calling me a bitch at my terrible jokes. When she wakes up, that's when I know is that she's fine. Just so funny. She's currently traveling, I believe, at the moment, which I'm so happy for her to do, to be honest. I think my favorite joke I made about you is that you got stuck in it. I probably did, though. I feel like that's probably an accurate representation. My formation was just a 60% download. Where that 40% is, we don't fucking know. It's fine. It's not like I need that 40%, right? 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 I was not. The update skipped me. I did not get the new terms of service. Alright, come on. So close. There we go. Ooh, get this dirt. Got it. Alright, let's get the other side, and then this whole middle bit is done. This is definitely, I think, the type of game that you should have, like you should be playing while you've got, like, TV or something on in the background. You know? One of those more relaxing games, I find. I'll probably still be playing this later after I finish with stream as well, so. Yeah, like one you could just have like droning on in the background. Like I'd probably stick Charmed on. Just have Charmed or something in the background, or Star Trek, or movies that I wanted to kind of see again, but just have like Constantine or 13 Ghosts or things like that. I did hear that doing a second Constantine, which I'm really excited about. I love Keanu Reeves, but I also loved Constantine. On Pandorum as well is also a banger of a sci-fi. Such an insane movie. It's got such a fucking twist. Such a fucking twist. I remember when I watched that for the first time, and I remember literally jaw dropped with the plot twist in Pandorum. So fucking cool. Or stick on like Stargate. Pandorum was fucking great. Stick on Stargate, the movie, or the TV series, either or. Both are fabulous. Or like Buffy, until you get to see like season 6, and then it's not great. The same with Stargate. You get to season 6, not as great. I love Pandorum. David Quaid was fantastic in that. So fantastic and eerie. Loved it. I couldn't actually believe when I found out that Dennis Quaid was his son from The Boys, which I have not finished. Don't know if I will finish it, to be honest, but that was insane to find out. He is a nipple baby. I know. Anyone gets this? UG. Anyway, let's stop being childish here. That'll be the last thing weekly. That right there. Nicely done. Alrighty. I will say though, even though he is Nepo Baby, he is a decent actor. This is gonna be a fun one today. Oh my god, it's a clock! I actually thought it was gonna be a TV. I did not think it was a clock. I actually thought it was TV. I do. I actually have a ladder, so that's useful. I'm just terrible at utilizing the ladder. Like, I will just try and jump on everything to get where I need to go. Tactile platform floor. Oh, I saw that fucking TikTok video from James Charles. It was like, why do we need these things in the row? Like, can someone fucking tell me what they're for? Like, are you so dim that you didn't know what the tactile markings are for? Like, are you really? Sorry, Sam. That weirdo right there. Like, what a beautiful bubble the person must live in if they don't even know what they're used for. Like, genuinely. What a lovely little bubble. Ridiculous. And then laughing that it took so long for the person to delete said video. Like, so funny. Sure. Pretty much anything that comes out of that person's mouth is just actual fucking bullshit. Genuinely. Why the person has a platform still is beyond me. Alright. Yeah, go down. And then up. Always exit the same thing. Seriously? Oh. Screams dickhead to me. Just so gross. No. Please tell me that the person is also... Like, I'm assuming that your friend kind of realized what their ex did and was like, noped the fuck out very quickly. In which I'm glad. Because it's disgusting behavior. Like... No. Oh, nice. God, that was a long one. Alright, got the pillar. Oh, good. I'm assuming she also sees right through your man's shit as well. Whenever he talks about it online. Because, I'm sorry, pretty much every word that comes out of that person's mouth is just actual bullshit. Must have bad breath from all the manure he comes out with. Hi there, I would ask if you would clean my caravan, but I already know what your answer is. Sure, just... Not right now, 400 bucks. Caldera City subway system was built using over 16 million bricks. No shit! I'm cleaning all 16 million fucking bricks. How amazing's that? If you were to pile them up top to tail, they would extend a staggering 2,137 miles into Earth's atmosphere. Fascinating. I'm sure there's a bunch of other people that are also, or a bunch of other things like that. That's only tantalizing 236,718 miles short of the moon's surface. Well, sounds like you want to aim to be around the moon's surface instead. Okay. But I need to get the 59. Oops. See if I can get this ceiling wall. Oh. There we go. Nice. Okay. Still a little bit short on it. There we go. Nice. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna have to finish up soon as it is getting late, so I'll probably just like finish this later. I'm on a groove. I'm on a roll. It's so relaxing. Go. Hit this fucking pillar. Yeah, the subway is making some really strange noises. Is it supposed to be doing that? I want to say no. But I am deaf, so what do I do? Every noise sounds weird to me. Get. Boop, 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 boop. So close. I'll get these wee ceiling bits done and then I'll wrap up for today. Just because it's getting quite late now. There we go, got it. Got it! Oh, sorry. Yeah, ceiling bits and then I'll do the floor later myself. Gonna take a bit of time. There we go. One roof bit done. Oh. I didn't do the wall. Back. Oh, that explains it. There we go. Cool. I'm gonna you in today's one there because we did some really good shit. It's been a decent run for today. It's very chill. Day. Oh, I just seen your message here with the Nux in the Moon in username. I mean, yes. Girl is back. But yeah, that is over today. So my schedule actually for the next couple of weeks is going to be really weird. Okay, so I am not 100% whether I'm going to be able to do Tuesdays. No idea. I will not be online on Thursday. I will not be online next Sunday. And I'm not 100% sure whether I'll be back online for the following Tuesday, but I should be back online for the following Thursday. Only reason is because I have a lot of things that I'm doing over the next couple of weeks that I kind of want to keep quiet right now about because it's exciting as fuck. But it also means that I will not have access to my computer pretty much, or my setup, for a little bit of time. And that's just gonna be the way it is for like the next week and a bit. But obviously, everything will be updated in the Discord channel anyway about whether or not I'm definitely gonna be on Tuesday and when I'll be back and things like that. Just because a lot of things are happening over the next couple of weeks. I got a lot of shit happening in my life. So yeah, that's that. So I'm sorry I don't have an update for you for my timetable, but I will absolutely update in the Discord channel about when I will be back. I should big emphasis on the should. I should be back for the 24th. Hopefully the 22nd, not the 24th. Should be back in time for that, but I will update on whether I'll be online this coming Tuesday on the 15th. If not, I will have to see you guys on the 24th, hopefully. But Crossing fingers. Here's hoping. Here's hoping. But again, if you're not part of the Discord and you want to get those updates when I come back and return from whatever it is the fuck that I'm doing, then I'll be able to show and announce to you then. Link below. Check it. Update when I go live, whether I'm late, all that stuff. You also get to vote for games and things that I do online. I'm really hoping that I'll be able to bring back Martha is Dead and Horizon Zero Dawn, so I'm hoping to get some tests done during the time that I'm away while we're doing that. Hopefully get this fixed for next time. Again, update all in the Discord, so definitely go for that. Also, I'm buying. Oh my gosh, it's been a while. The heck? Am I gonna spam? Who am I gonna watch? Who streams Power Wash Simulator? It was a one-time thing. Maybe I'll do it for like a what do you call it? One of those ambiance videos on YouTube where it's just me sitting playing Power Wash Simulator and it's just ambiance of me playing Power Wash Simulator for like 2 hours. That's basically what this stream was. Anyway, just chill vibes because it's too fucking hot for anything else. But I am hoping to get back with Horizon Zero Dawn if I fix it at some point, and anything else. I'm kind of hoping that now I've got Power Wash Simulator, that since we all enjoy it, it'll be like the fallback game then. For any games, future games that don't work, it'll be like the fallback of, we'll just do this for like a couple hours and chill out too, you know? So, that'll be cool. But, yes, that's that. If there's any sort of costume streams as well, there'll be votes for that in the Discord, so if you want to get to vote what I wear or what the background looks like and all that jazz, you can vote for that if you so wish, when it happens at some point. But yeah, I do bang, but you know, we still got to get everyone's opinion. But yeah, I think that's everything. I don't really have any announcements right now, but I have some exciting things happening in the background at the moment that I'm really looking forward to share with you all in the future. So yeah, keep an eye on everything. Hopefully I will see you guys in about a week or so. Sorry, a week and a half. If not on Tuesday, then about a week and a half. So, again, keep yourselves glued to the Discord if you want to get an update for that. So, I'll hopefully be online on Tuesday, but if not, I'll be back. But I really do appreciate just being here and chilling with me. So, we'll definitely be back. Don't worry, I'm not fucking leaving. I'm not leaving permanently. But that's it. That's all I have time for today. I have nothing else to do for now, so let you guys get to whatever it is you fucking do, and I am going to chill for another hour and then go the fuck to bed because I got shit to do tomorrow. So, woo! My regulars, my beautiful, wonderful, stunningly gorgeous regulars. You know what the crack is. You know what the time is. You can go and fuck off and do whatever it is you do when you're not hanging out here with me. Hey. I don't know why I went all ASMR with that, but let's go with it. Everyone's stunningly gorgeous. Bang, everyone. But, yes. Thank you guys. I will do my outro and sign out for here and keep you guys up to date with everything. So, thank you. See you in the next one. Thank you very much to everyone who is watching me so far, whether you've been lurking in the background or chatting with me in chat. Thank you. Your company is very, very appreciated. And thank you very much to everyone who has followed and subscribed to me so far. Your support means so much, and I have some exciting things happening in the future that I can't wait to share with you all. So thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your company, and best of all, thank you so much for your crack you guys bring every single time I come online. I really, really do appreciate every single one of you. So thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, evening, afternoon, morning, wherever it is you are in this beautiful, wonderful world. I will see you guys when the next stream happens at some point. So Hopefully, your patience is as large as mine. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Just take care of yourselves. I'll hopefully see you soon. Bye.